Good morning. Assalamualaikum. Can everyone hear me?
Morning.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes, clear.
Okay, loud and clear. Okay. If you don't mind, I'm just going to try to share my screen first, just to test it out, yeah? Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's great. Okay, hi, Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mashita. I will be your facilitator for today. And together with me, I have my colleague as well, Atika, who will also be helping me out. So both of us will be running the show today. I hope all of you have had your breakfast and are prepared to be with us in the next 3 hours. So just I think let's go through some housekeeping. I would like to find out, Dr. Hasniza and team, if participants can ask questions in the chat section. Is that possible?
Yes, they can post the questions in the chat section.
Okay, that's great. And also, I think we have okay, so just the chat function. Okay, all right. So throughout the session, if you have any questions, we have a channel that we have prepared where you can ask your questions. But at the same time, if you're more comfortable, you can also post your questions in the chat room in using in Zoom itself, and I will have my team to also facilitate you in the chat section. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to just start our session this morning. I'm well, just a bit of introduction of myself. I am part of the learning services team at Open Learning, and in the as part of the learning services team, we work closely with our clients, our Open Learning platform users, to develop courses on the platform and to transform most of the time face-to-face courses or training courses onto an online environment, as well as provide training and anything that's related to the usage of the platform. So together with my colleague Atika today, we would like to share our experience of how we develop courses in and aim to engage the students in an online environment. So in this context, we will be sharing with you some of the strategies that we can use to engage online your students that's coming from a higher education or semester-based students. Okay, so we hope you'll have a wonderful time, and we hope the sharing will be useful for you, and also you will be able to use some of the strategies we have to engage your students. And our aim is to transform our students from a novice online learner to being a member of a learning community online. Okay. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to start the session. Okay, so what we have done in preparation of this workshop is we have prepared an online course for you to go through as we are going through the workshop. Okay, so I have shared the link to the online course with the UTLC member yesterday. I'm not sure if you have received the email. You can follow the instructions to if you are interested to participate in the online course as well. Okay, if you are facing any issues in joining the online course, you can head over to the chat section and our team will be able to help you. Okay, so we have shared the link in the chat section as well. So if you click on the link and you have not had if you don't have an Open Learning account yet, you can quickly set up an account. The setting up is not doesn't take that much time, and it's free as well. So don't worry. You can set up an account quickly, verify your email, and also join the online course. Okay, it is optional for you to join the online course, but if you do that, you will be able to fully benefit from the workshop, because we will have examples and templates that you can download from the workshop course, as well as we have prepared an online certificate, a certificate of completion, if you manage to complete all of the activities in this workshop and in the online course. Okay, so if you would like to participate in the online course, okay, I'm going to share my screen to show you how it looks like. Let me just do that. Okay, all right. So I hope everyone can see my screen now. Okay, so let's start with what we'll be doing today, which is this workshop is about throughout the 3 hour, we will be providing you a step-by-step, we'll be walking you through a step-by-step approach to a rich learning environment where you'll be introduced to the phases of engagement model. So these phases of engagement model, there are 4 phases that we will go through. And by the end of the 4th phase, we will hope that you will achieve the phase where your students will be engaged and where they will be more likely to participate in online activities. So in this 3-hour session, we will be following a step-by-step approach. You will learn about your role as an online instructor and facilitator as well. And also you'll be able to adapt templates and examples that we have provided and customize it to suit your own course. Okay. If there is any question, okay, feel free to post it in the chat in the chat section, and my team will be able to help out. But if there's anything that if you feel like you need further assistance, and I will also be looking at the chat section from time to time so that I can answer some of your questions. Yeah. Okay. So this workshop is an online session, webinar style, but because it's an engaging online, it's a workshop for you to learn how to be engaged or how to engage your students. So we would also like to do or to model the engagement with you as well. So throughout the session, we will also have activities where you will also be allowed to engage with us, the facilitators for today. And also it works as a practice for you to know what your students will be going through as well. And also as part of the phases of engagement model, it is as part of the theory behind it is that you will, as an academic who would like your students to engage in your online course, one of the things that we need to do is also to model that engagement and that active participation. So when we model it and we show the students, we are showing the students what we would like them to do as well. So if we are active, we are modeling the active participation for students. If we encourage them, and if we facilitate them and provide positive encouragement, we are hoping that is what they will learn as well, and that is what they will be able to do as well as part of a learning community. Okay. All right. So the first activity that we have is I would like to just get to know some of you. Okay. If you are in the course, you can introduce yourself. Okay. But with a twist. Okay. So let us know introduce yourself and let us know what you hope to learn from this workshop. Okay. but do not tell us what is your field of study. If you're coming from engineering faculty or education faculty, don't let us know what is your field of study, but provide 3 clues to your field of study. Okay, but one of the 3 clues has to be a picture clue. For example, this is me introducing myself. So I'm Mashita. I'll be one of your instructors in this workshop. So I hope that in this workshop, I will be able to share what I will be sharing with you will be useful and practical. So, and also I would love to learn more about your challenges in engaging your students in online environment to be able to assist you further. Okay, and my 3 clues are electronic, experience, and my picture clue is this. So can anyone guess what is my field of study? If you like to guess, you can also guess it in the chat function. Okay, so that I will also be able to connect with you in the chat function as well. Would anyone like to participate or guess what is my field of study in the chat function? Go ahead and do that. Okay, so I have some people, I have a few participants connecting with me. So 2 participants guess that is education and 1 guess that is IT. Okay, almost there. And imagine a combination of both education and IT. Okay, so if any one of you individually guessed education technology, you'll be right. My field of study is instructional technology. Yes, correct. Bustami Nur is education technology, or in my course, it's called instructional technology. Okay, so yeah, it's similar to education technology. So we not only learn about the technology, but also the instructions, the proper instructions, the theories behind it, and also how do you design learning. Okay, so yeah, so that is my field of study. Thank you for the participants who participated in the chat function. Okay, if any one of you are having difficulties or facing issues in joining the course, okay, let us know in the chat function. And while you are doing that, I'm going to continue with the next section in this workshop. Yeah. If you participate in the online course, you will have lifetime access to the course and to the materials in the course. Okay, so just a bit of introduction about this workshop before we move forward. And so as I mentioned earlier, this session is divided into 4 phases. So throughout the session, we will go through all the 4 phases of the engagement model. As you can see what I'm showing here. The 4 phases are orientation, construction, collaboration, and initiation. You can also see the weeks here. Okay, so this indicates in a semester, in a 14-week semester, orientation happens in the 1st and 2nd week, construction 3rd and 4th week, collaboration 5th and 7th, and initiation for the rest of the semester. Okay. And so we, as the simple but often forgotten premise behind this workshop is that as academics, our task is to help our students learn. And in order for them to learn, they need to be supported, they need to be motivated, and also we need to get their mindset ready for the topics that we want to share with them. And to do that, we need to properly design the lesson especially if you're going to deliver it to an online platform. Okay, but don't worry, there are ways that we can still achieve that. All right. So besides some pedagogical knowledge about course design, you will also find examples that you can immediately use and customize it to suit your own class. Okay, so this we have the workshop agenda. So you can view the workshop agenda as well as you will, so at the end of this session, you will be able to also ask more questions. Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, if you join the online course, you'll be awarded with a certificate of completion upon successfully achieving 100% of the progress. So you can see I have a progress bar here. I'm at 87%. If I achieve 100%, then I will be, I'm the instructor, but if you are the participants in this course, you will be awarded a certificate of completion. It's automatic upon achieving 100%. So all you need to do is participate in the online version of the course. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next part of this course. Okay. All right. So, are you ready to engage? So, as I mentioned earlier, this workshop is about strategies to engage your students online. But before we do that, let's see if you are ready to engage in the online environment yourself as the facilitator or as the instructor. Okay. What we're going to do is play a very simple game here. Okay, we have a comment section here. Okay, but if you are not in the course, feel free to also participate in the chat function. All right, what you will do is start in the comment chat below, post one word. Okay, so it can be any word, but since this is a workshop on strategies to engage your students, think of what's the first word that comes to your mind when you think of engaging your students or when you think of the online environment. Okay, so what's the first word that comes to your mind? Start with the word and then let another person reply to it until you are able to create a quote or a sentence. Okay, can we start doing that? You can you can use the Zoom group chat or you can also participate in this online course. Okay, so let me just go through the activity again, which is what's the first word that comes to your mind when you think of engaging the students, or when you think of engaging students in the online environment, or when you think of online courses or online learning. What's the first word that comes to your mind? It could be a word, a feeling that you have. Okay, so start with the first word. Anyone can start. Okay, if no one is starting, then I will start. I will start with the word Atika will start. Okay. Okay, Atika and Bustami have started. So I'm going to continue. Collaboration is feel free to continue the sentence. Feel free to continue until we can produce a sentence. Okay, Zain say vital. Awesome. Collaboration is vital. Okay, so when you are replying, make sure that you are replying to everyone, okay, and not just to me or to my team privately. Yeah. So Laila Surya have replied. She said experience. Shabi said active learning. Okay. I'm going to continue with Shabi's sentence. Active learning developed. Excellent. Great, great. We are engaging. Learning community. Learning community. Can someone continue with learning community establishes? Learning community establishes your next word. Then we'll have a sentence. Any ideas? Awesome. Okay, learning community establishes engagement. Okay, we can say that. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, thank you everyone for participating. Thank you so much. Okay, let's start our session for today. Right. Thank you for participating. Looks like we are almost ready to engage. Okay, so the phases of engagement, just a bit of background and information about this phases of engagement. So throughout the phases of engagement, you will find that your role as instructor and your student's role will evolve. Okay, role as well as responsibilities. Okay, so you can see in the diagram here at the orientation stage, your role as the instructor is big. Okay, so you have the role and responsibilities is on you to make sure that you are actively participating, you are encouraging students, you are acknowledging their presence online, okay, as well as you have designed activities that will encourage them to participate and giving them opportunities to participate, right? And the learner at this stage is a novice learner where they might not be familiar with an online environment, and most of them might be lurking and and looking at what others are doing, looking at what you are doing at this stage. So this is during the first and second week of the of your semester, right? But because this is the first time, and this is the first and second week, so this is where it is important for you to grab their attention and let them know what you expect from them throughout the course. Okay, so this is where your role is the biggest. But as you move towards construction, collaboration, and initiation, your role decreases. It doesn't mean that you won't be in the course, but you will be learning to let go and make your students give more responsibilities to your students, and allow them to learn more independently, and allow them to talk to one another more, and facilitate discussions and lead discussions as well. Okay, so this is this is where your learner or your students start to learn how to become part of a learning community, and participate more and contribute more in your online class. Okay, but having said that, it's not easy for us as lecturer to let go of our role, and to let go and just see where the students are going. Okay, so because we are so used to being in charge in class, right? But it's a learning curve for all of us. It's a learning curve for you, and it's a learning curve for your learner as well. So take comfort in knowing that not every learner will be participating, will be engaging actively. Okay, but using the right strategies, you might be able to achieve some of it, because it's a new thing for everyone. So let's just go through the learning curve together. Okay, right. So as I mentioned, it can be seen in the framework that the instructor's role is minimized and the student's role is bigger. So if the most difficult phase to achieve is the initiation phase, where students is the initiator and activities are learner-led, or the activities are led by the learners and they lead most of the discussions, they lead most of the assignments on their own. Okay, and this leads to, I'm sure all of you are very familiar to student-centered learning. So this is one of the goals that we want to achieve as well. Okay. All right. So in this workshop, we will provide the guidance for each phase, including what is your role as an instructor and what is your student's role. Okay. So throughout the session, we will introduce community building exercises and teaching students how to work together online. Okay, all right. So they gain more confidence and expertise in interacting with their peers and interacting with the content that you have provided for them. Okay. So if you are interested, you can read more about the phases of engagement. I've prepared there are some papers that is published based on this theory. Okay, so without further ado, if there is no other questions, if you have any questions, I'll give like a minute, 1 minute for you to post your questions. If there are no questions, then I will move forward with our first phase, which is the orientation phase. Now it's 9:31 and it's 9:32. So if there is no questions in the group chat, then I will proceed with orientation. If you have questions, don't worry. You can also still type your questions, and we will go through your questions in a while. Okay, so if you are in the course, we have a section called Ask Anything. Okay, if you go to this, if you click on Ask Anything, you can also leave your questions in this page, and we will also check this page from time to time so that we are able to cover all of the questions that you might have, right? Okay, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask us by typing your questions here. Okay, so on the left hand side, ask anything. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead with the first phase, which is the orientation phase. So in this phase, we know that when the instructor sets the stage appropriately, virtual students begin to understand that his or her individual learning process depends on the participation and commitment of the other students in the group. So in engaging our students, the work doesn't start when the class starts, when you are facilitating. Okay, for you to be able to engage your students, you need to plan, and the plan includes when you are designing at the stage where you are designing the course itself. When you are when you are designing your online course, you need to already think of what are the activities that I need to do to allow my students the opportunity to participate. Okay, so it's not, it doesn't, planning, when you are planning to engage your students, it doesn't start on the first day of class, it starts before that when you are planning your course itself. Okay, so in the orientation phase, which is the first and second week of your semester, this is where you provide activities that are interactive and that help students to get to know one another. So because at the beginning itself, when you let them know that it's okay to talk to one another, you don't just have to talk to me, your instructor. Okay, so remember the excitement of starting something new or the nervousness of going into an unknown situation. So it's the same for our students. It might be their first time being online. So when you are starting something, the first time you're not sure what to expect. So this is where you, the instructor, should grab that opportunity and show them how they should behave in an online environment. By behave, I mean that they can talk as how in a similar to a face-to-face environment, they can talk to one another. Okay, they can get to know one another. They can make friends and they can work together. Okay, so the first couple of weeks are crucial because we want to let them feel comfortable. We want to gain their trust and also keep them engaged in the long run. Okay. So some of the things that we can do is ice-breaking activities, just like in a face-to-face environment. We ask them to individually introduce themselves, find out what's their interest, and then set expectations that you would like. What are the expectations that you would have for them in the course, and let them set expectations of what they would like to know and what would they like to learn in your course. Okay, so your role is like a host or like a guide. All right. So remember, if you can reflect on a situation where you have been a host before, okay, how do you have what do you have to do as a host? Okay, so one of the things that you have to do is to make sure that everyone is comfortable, all your participants, or all of your everyone that you have invited in that event will have to be comfortable. They have places to sit. If it's a face-to-face event, right? For example, like a dinner party or like a wedding celebration where you are the host. So you have to find out what do they have to what kind of food that you want to serve. Where will they sit, and and also introduce once the participants or your invitees arrive, you would introduce them to one another and things like that. So in a situation where you are the host, you want people to feel comfortable, you want people to feel welcome, you want people to mingle around. So it's the same as in an online environment. You are the host of this course. So how do you make people feel safe and comfortable and get to know one another? So provide that opportunity for them to do that. Okay, so if there's any question, let me know in the group chat so that I can answer your questions. Yeah. Okay. So there's no questions that I can see in the Zoom group chat. So I'll move to the next page, which is in the orientation page. In the orientation phase, there are a few things that we can do. Okay. Number one is start with a welcoming message, and then informing learners of the course outcomes. Have a parking lot, get to know your students and set expectations. So what are these? Okay, so this is what we are going to look at. We're going to look at the first one, which is welcoming message. Okay, so welcoming message is the first text that your students see once they log into your course. Once imagine someone coming to your house, what's the first thing that they see? Okay, so you would usually like to people who visited your house, you would usually like to greet them with a welcoming message, like asking how they are doing or um, make them feel welcome. Okay, so greet them with a message and tell them how to get started in the course and keep the tone of this message warm and inviting. So I've seen some online courses on the platform. I've seen some online courses where on the first page itself, I can see that the instructor has said a tone where it might say something like welcome to this course. In this course I expect you to and some behaviors that was mentioned, and also I expect you to um, uh, uh, submit your assignments on time, and also if you don't submit your assignments on time, you will be like some form of punishment. So those are important information. It's important for students to know what is your expectation, but try to keep these messages or this information on the next page, not on the first page itself. Okay, so this is the first page is where you start to connect with your students. Okay, so you want to build a relationship with them first before you inform them of your expectation. Okay, and okay, let's view some of the examples that we have. Okay, we have this course on financial accounting. So it's just a one-liner that that welcomes and greets the students. Okay, welcome to Introduction to Financial Accounting. We're excited to have you here in our community. And then the facilitator or the instructor starts with what they'll be doing throughout the course and what they'll be learning in the course, the modules. Okay, and the next activity that we have is an English course, and it's in this course. So the instructor lets the students know what they will be learning and how they are going to start learning together. Okay, and what they will be able to achieve at the end of the course. All right. So if you are in the online course, you can check if the welcoming message above sound inviting, contain information about the course, relevant to the learners and the course, and also explain learners and instructors' role. Okay. Okay. Let's do this activity. Let's try to work on this activity. Let's draft your own welcoming message for your course. Okay, so you can see the examples here. I will show the examples so that you can adopt some of or customize some of these examples. Okay, and don't worry, your message doesn't have to be perfect this first time. And once you are done, okay, okay, I know some of you are not in this course, but if you are, you can go through some of your classmates' welcoming message. Okay, so I'm going to give you some time now. Just you can take a look at these examples and draft your own welcoming message in at your own computer on your own. Okay, but once you are done, can you just let me know in the Zoom group chat? Or if you would like to share your welcoming message in the Zoom group chat, you can also do that. Okay. Okay. Let's set a 5 minutes. So now 9:43. I give you 5 minutes to set or to draft your own welcoming message for your course. All right. Imagine this is going to be on the first thing that your students see in your course. Any online course, any system that you are using or you are developing your online course. Make sure that this is the first thing your students see. So what do you want them to see? So you can draft your message now. For those of you who have completed your your draft of your welcoming message, you can you can also share with us in the Zoom group chat so that my team will also be able to give you feedback as well. Zack, I can see Zack Zain has shared his welcoming message. Hi learners, welcome aboard on the Quality Cruise. So I assume this is a course on quality. Okay, yeah, it's a quality control course. All right. What else would you have on the first page besides welcome aboard? You can also let them know how would they be learning in the course, right? Via engaging activities, via completing the assignments, or by working together with the rest of the class, or like for example in this have fun with English course, it says let's start our journey together. So you can also have those kind of information, or if you can also let your students know, you encourage them to ask questions, uh, let them know or reassure them that there's no bad questions or wrong questions, or there's no wrong answers, for example. So reassuring and giving them that positive messages would be good as well. Thank you for sharing that, Zane. Okay, so welcome. Okay, so we're going to go ahead with the next page, the next section, or the next strategy in the orientation phase, which is informing your learners of the course outcomes. That's really important. I'm sure all of you are aware that your students need to know what they need to achieve, what they will be learning, and what they will be able to achieve by the end of the course. Besides that, other important information about the course. So what are all the information that they need to know before they start learning the content that you have provided? Okay. For example, mm, okay. For example, what will be the graded assignment? What will they be graded on? The criteria that they will be graded on, so that they get their mind ready for the things that they will need to learn. Okay, what are the tools that they will need to have, and also resources that is required for them to go through your course. For some, for example, some courses need a different set of softwares or textbooks. Okay, so let them know everything that they will need or required before they start learning the course. Okay, so this should be available as soon as they join your online course. Okay, so informing your learners what they'll be able to do and how they're going to do it, what kind of assignments that you're going to give them. Will they be working with a group of other students, or will they be working on individual to complete the assignments? Everything that they will need to know, so that initiates the internal process of what to expect and help to motivate them to complete the lesson. Okay, and this is an example from one of the course that we have called Learning Design Basics, Pedagogy into Practice. So you can see the course starts with the course objectives and the course outcomes. Okay, and an overview of the modules that students will go through, and then the expectation, their activity or their main project. Okay, the time involved in the course, and the expectation of you can ask questions at any time. Okay, so anything that you feel that is important for your students to know before they start the learning itself. Okay, so that should be available after the home page itself, or the next one after. You might not call in your system. Okay, maybe you have the welcoming message. So the next one after the welcoming message should be all the important information about your course. Okay, right. So if anyone is familiar with open learning, students can also view the course outcomes and any other important information about the course before they even join the course. Okay, so that's a bonus there. All right. I'm going to go to the next one. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the group chat. Yeah. Okay. Next, what we have something that we should prepare during the orientation orientation phase is the parking lot. Okay, what is a parking lot? It's a dedicated space for your students to park all of their questions or ask for help. So you can name it anything. It doesn't have to be called a parking lot. On our course, it's called Ask Anything. Okay, so it's similar to raising their hands in a face-to-face class. So whenever you meet your students face-to-face, and when you are delivering your content or your lesson, they get to ask you, they get to raise their hands and ask a lot of questions directly to you. So this is providing them a channel for them to do that. Okay, so on open learning, there is a section that we call the commenting section, where we see a lot of students ask any questions that they have about the content that is presented here. Okay, but depending on the system that you are using, if you don't have a commenting section like this, then there should be a space, any kind of any features that you have in your online in your LMS or in your online platform that you are using. Make sure there is a space for them to ask questions at any time. Okay, why is it important is because your students will need a channel where they can release their doubts about matters regarding, for example, administration of the course or anything about the subject. So, okay. Besides that, if you make this available for everyone to view, then you don't have to answer the same question when it's already discussed in this dedicated space. Okay. All right. Don't forget to have the space and also introduce your students to the space. Okay, so these are some examples that we have.
Bik, tilam bawah tu biar je lah dengan dia punya alas tu. Sebab saya berabuk lagi. Tapi Bik alas lah, kalau tidak dia banyak habuk tilam.
Okay, so this is the examples of the parking lot. Okay, that we have available on that we've seen on in different courses. Okay, so there are a lot of ways for you to do it. Okay, for example, in this parking lot, when students click, they actually go to a site where all the questions are available, like a post-it notes. Okay, so you can use any features that you like that's available in your LMS to make sure that they have a space to ask questions. Okay, all right. So we have three types of parking lot or space to ask questions here. Okay, which one do you like the best? Just let us know in the group chat. So we have this one with a picture of the car here. We have what we call a feedback and questions, no problem. Any particular examples that you like? Yeah, thank you, Zaxin. Parking lot. Yeah. Okay. Feel free to use the ideas from these examples, okay, to put it in your own course. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Right. Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Right. So if you're planning to adopt or to customize any of these, you can join the course, and you can also take a look and customize it to put it in your own course. Okay. Let's go to the next one, which is getting to know your students. So in the first and second week, one of the activities that you can do with your students is get to know them, because you don't, if your course is a fully online course where you don't get to meet them, okay, so get to know them online. All right, so who are your students and why are they in your course and what's their motivation? So getting to know them and getting them to know each other is the first step to building your community of learners. All right, and it establishes relationship. It establishes the relationship with your students, and it's a part of your goal, which is to have a positive and a successful online learning and teaching. Okay, and below are some activity ideas that you can do. Let's go through them. Okay, first is profile fill up. So in any system that you use, okay, this is an example from Open Learning, but any system that you use, that you're currently using for your online class, there should be a space for students to fill up their own profile, okay, or put a picture of themselves, because every student will need to have their own account, okay. If a picture or photo feature is available, encourage them to put in their own photo on their profile page and fill up all the sections in their profile page. Like for example, on Open Learning, we have the About Me profile page where students can share a bit of or introduce themselves and share something about themselves in the About Me section, like their interest, their hobby, or they can also upload a video that introduces themselves. Okay, there's also a link to their CV. So it's up to the students, but if you make this a must activity, then you get to know them as well as they get to know one another. And it's nicer, right? It's more personalized when you can see their picture instead of a picture of a cat or a blank here. Okay, just like how we would usually be able to connect with someone if in social media if they have pictures of themselves. Okay, all right. Find out what students already know about the topic that you are going to share with them, or you are going to deliver. So include questions that can help the students to recall their prior knowledge, and also by finding out what is their prior knowledge, you get to know what's the gap. Okay, so from what they already know and what you want them to know and be able to achieve, you will find out what is the gap. So just like as a researcher, you will need to find out what's your gap, right? So by finding out what's the prior knowledge that your student has, you'll be able to identify the gap. And if some of you have heard of the zone of proximal development, so if you fill up this gap, then you'll be able to get your students to the to where you want them to be. Okay, right. So how do we ask questions so that we want to know what they already know? Instead of asking them, what is your prior knowledge of this content? Okay, so there are other ways that you can do that. Okay, for example, in this example, you can see that plastic addiction is the topic that the instructor would like to introduce. Okay, but before the instructor dives deeper into this topic, the instructor provide an activity where the instructor asks, can you name at least 5 items that you own that are made from plastic? Okay, So the instructor made this as very personal questions where the participants get to think of in their own context. Okay, so these questions become more personalized. Okay, but by answering this question, the instructor will be able to know whether the students are aware of what is plastic addiction, okay, or what is plastic, okay. Mm, yeah, so there are different ways that we can do it. Right. Okay. Besides finding out what they already know, also find out what would they like to know more about the particular topic that you are going to deliver with them. Okay. Um, you can also create scenarios. For example, create scenarios where by the students being in the scenario, you will know whether what do they already know about the topic. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a direct question where you only ask them what do you know about XX. Okay, so you can also make it more interesting by making it personalized by creating scenarios. All right, and then find out how or what would they like to know more about. Same goes for this one. You can also make it more personalized or create scenarios for you to find out what would they like to know more about. Okay, and so that they can also share from their own context or from their own experience. All right. Okay, I'm going to go to the next one, all right, which is the third strategy, which is get them to introduce themselves and express it in the most creative way. All right, what is this about? So, profile fill up is one thing, okay, but on your course or if you remember this morning when I started this course, I would like you to introduce yourself and also give me 3 clues about your field of study. Okay, so come up with creative ways where students can introduce themselves, right? Because I think you know your students better, right? So students nowadays, they like to express themselves. They like to take videos of themselves. So think of what's the most creative way that you can let the students express themselves. Okay, for example, in this example that you can see, the students are asked to pick a character that they would like to be, and then within the character's abilities, for example, play or economy or exploring the world, within this character's ability, determine what is power by thinking of something that you like to change or improvise and share it in the space below. So they will share, they will introduce themselves and pick a character that they would like to be. So this is one way for you to encourage them to introduce themselves and start talking and start participating in the community. All right. Okay. Or you can also get them to play a game. Okay. It could be a guessing game, like how we did this morning. All right. So at this stage, when you asking them to participate in an introduction activity or an ice-breaking activity, it's important that you are also active and you are also an active participant because it lets them know that they are acknowledged, right? And makes them feel as a part of the class community, and also let them know that there's a human actually behind this machine, behind this online class, okay, so that they don't lose sight of your presence, okay. And also there's an example here where students wrote something about themselves and the instructor is also actively participating in the discussion, okay. One tip that we have is make this activity available before the class starts. Okay, so the idea is if you make it compulsory or if you start sharing this activity where students can go in to introduce themselves before the class starts. So you will be able to find out if have they managed to come online, have they managed to find my course online, have they managed to log in. Okay, so those are some of the things that you can also gain from making this available before the class starts. And also you get the students to be comfortable with themselves, with sharing about themselves online, with talking to their peers before the class starts. Okay. Okay, I feel like I've been talking a lot. If you have questions, just let me know, and I'll be able to. I can stop and answer your questions. Okay, so the next, and I think this is the last one for orientation phase. Yep, this is the last strategy in the orientation phase in the first and second week. Yeah, which is allow your students to set their own expectations and take charge of their own learning. Okay, so that you can see by making students do this, you can see what is it that they are interested to find out more about in your class. Okay, and also it helps you to make the responsibility of learning. You are sharing that responsibility of learning. That means you're not just pushing things to them. They are also, you know, that they are also interested in learning, and what are the things that they are interested, and how are they interested to work towards the outcomes that you set. Okay. So if we do this and we allow every student to set their expectation, every students are different, their levels are different. So you get to visualize what's the level of your students generally. And also the students will feel like they're not forced to do something, but they are able to also participate, or they are able to also negotiate what they want to work on and how they want to achieve the outcomes that you've set for them. So it you get their buy-in from the get-go itself, and also it increases their motivation to reach the goal that you set for them. Okay, so one of the ways that we can do this is by introducing a learning contract. Okay, so it's just a simple template that we have, which has the student name, and the students can put in their name, and then can state the grade that they would like to achieve in your course. This will be very interesting to see, right? Will you see students setting a grade of besides A, right? And then get them to think of what do they want to learn. So this can be based on the objectives or the outcomes that you set, or the skills that you want them to acquire. And then they get to decide or think about how they are going to learn this skill. And then based on the resources that you might have informed them. Yeah, remember in the when you need to inform them about all the course outcomes and course assignments and all the resources that they will need. So by now they would have the information already. Okay, and then the target date. So if you have set the assignments that they will have to do, and the graded assignments, and when do they have to submit, so they can use that as a base as well. But the difference is now they will be able to plan it themselves. Okay, and then how are you going to know that you learned it? Okay, so students come up with their own interpretation of what are the evidence that they would like to see that they have learned this. Okay, and then how are you going to prove that you have learned this? So what kind of artifacts of learning that they can produce to show people that, hey, I have learned it. Okay, and also at the end of this journey where they are able to learn this particular, or to achieve this particular objective or skills, what is their reflection? Okay. All right, and then the signatures, insert the signature, and also date. Okay. So you can download this template if you are in the course. Okay, feel free to download it. Okay, so that's the end of our orientation, which is week 1 and 2. Okay, I will give about 5 minutes for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, for you to post any ideas or questions, or if you like to share in the group chat, if you have if any which of the strategies in the orientation week that you think you would like to apply in your own course. Okay, you can share that in the Zoom group chat. Okay. Okay, there's a question from one of the participants. Do we have to refer to the school's mission statement and strategic plan? If I'm not sure what do you mean by mission statement and strategic plan? Is it the specifically for your course? Is it the outcomes for your course? Is it do you mean like the outcomes and the program learning outcomes? If you're referring to the outcomes and the program learning outcomes, then yes, because from my understanding, if your course outcomes and program learning outcomes, especially if it comes from MQA, then there's not much changes that you can do from what is already set. So so I don't think there's any of these strategies in the orientation week. There's no need for you to change anything in your course outcomes or your program outcomes if you want to apply any of the strategies in the orientation week. Okay. When I mentioned informing learners of the course outcome, put in the course outcomes that was already set by your faculty. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I have a question. There's a question from Mel. Okay, that is directed to me directly, which is she's trying to log in, but she finds that the color is different. Maybe she's thinking whether she's in the different course. Okay, can I get one of my team members, Atika or Chandru, to help Mel? You can chat with Mel directly to help Mel.
Okay.
Thank you, Atika. Awesome. Your progress is already 67%. No problem, Mel. It's not a hassle at all. We want you to be in the course so that we can also see your participation in the course. Thank you. Any other questions? Maybe I'll just wait for 1 or 2 more minutes, and then if there's no other questions, we can proceed. Okay, according to Zach Zain, this is all good, but in reality hard to accomplish during the online synchronous time. Okay. So yeah, so these methods are usually not suitable for synchronous classes. Okay, yeah, these strategies that you can do in your online asynchronous classes. So I'm not sure actually whether do you have asynchronous classes, like a learning environment that is asynchronous, not just face to face, not just synchronous. Okay, that's great that you have both. Some of so the strategies that we are going to go through today in this workshop would be suitable for your asynchronous classes. Okay, so you can still, of course, have your synchronous classes, but the asynchronous class would be where you'll be able to support the synchronous class. So you can extend the synchronous hours in your asynchronous class. Okay, so the participation that we are looking at is in the participation and engagement that we are looking at is in the asynchronous environment. Okay, so right, I think we are right on time. Okay, let's go to the second phase, which is the construction phase. What is the construction phase about? Okay, so in the construction phase, this is where in the third and fourth week where the students are already more comfortable, they have successfully found your course, your online course, they have logged in, they have introduced themselves to one another. So this is when they start doing some of the online activities that you have set for them. And at this phase, during the third and fourth week, they can start working on activities that requires critical thinking, reflection, where they'll be required to share more ideas. And at this stage, it could still be individual activities where they will need to complete these activities individually. Okay. So your students at this stage, maybe they won't be that comfortable yet to work together in an online environment. Okay, so at this stage, the strategies that you can do is provide instructional feedback, make sure that you are still keeping in touch with them, and also facilitating them. Okay, what do we mean by this is let's go on the first strategy, which is the learning activities. So what are the types of learning activities that will be suitable in an online environment to allow your students to share their ideas, to critique, to reflect and share their reflections with you. Okay. So
Before you move on,
yeah.
There is actually a question in the chat about the learning contract.
Okay. Okay. It's a learning contract and negotiation between student expectation and what we must cover in the class or course. Can you look at it from that perspective? Yes, of course. So when you say learning contract, a negotiation between student expectation. So by this time, the the idea is your students will already know what they will go through, all the modules that they will go through, what's the outcome, all the modules that they will go through, all the assignments that they will need to complete in your course, right? So how are they going to and by now they should know like what are the skills that they want to develop in your course. So so in order for them to achieve that grade that they want, okay, so remember they have to state the grade. So in order for them to achieve that grade, they would know that they'll have to complete all the assignments, they'll have to achieve the outcomes that you've set, right? So the learning contract is where they decide how they want to do it. Okay? So yes, it is by this time, because they already know what you must cover, what you will be covering in the class, it will be them finding out or deciding on themselves how they want to achieve what you have said that they need to cover. So answering your question, yes, we can take a look at it from that perspective. Thank you for your question. It's a really good question. And also during this pandemic, how to identify students' needs. During this pandemic online environment, how to identify students' needs. Do you, okay, so in the orientation phase earlier, we've mentioned that some of the strategies that you can use to find out what is it that your students, to find out about your students' interests and get to know them and find out how do they want to learn, find out information like do they have access to the internet all the time, or can all of them be online at the same time? So things like that would actually affect your online class, right? So find out all of this information and through via the profile fill up or via the forum or questions that you ask them. When you ask them to introduce themselves, you can also ask them to share this information. I've also seen lecturers asking their students to answer a quick survey, like what would be the best time for the lecturer to set a synchronous class, because not during this pandemic, we understand that not everyone have access to the internet all the time. So those are the kind of questions lecturers are asking their students to complete a short survey, so that the lecturers know how she can also fit into their timing and recognize what are their needs and their challenges in accessing the online course. So you can also put that as one of your strategy in the orientation week. Online survey helps, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so we understand that most of them are shy to participate during class and there's no questions. So the strategies that we have identified this morning, earlier today during the orientation week, are some of the ways for us to encourage them to open up. Okay, so but like what we have mentioned earlier, not everyone will be, we cannot expect, not all the students will be open to this idea. And your role as a facilitator or instructor of the class is you can apply some of these strategies to encourage them to participate and to let them know that it's okay to participate, it's okay to ask questions, and also take comfort in knowing that not all the students are open to this idea, because they are also learning how to become an online learner. Okay. Yeah, actually, Atika is right. We have seen we've heard from lecturers who conducted online classes online courses or trainers who have conducted online courses who mentioned that they get more questions when they run it online because even though there's a profile, but they get to while they are typing their questions, they get to think about it before they type. Okay, so sometimes it also encourages the more shy students to speak up because they have the screen in front of them instead of a group of people.
I agree with that. A lot of people are more talkative when more participative and active when you can see their face.
Yeah, keyboard warriors, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an activity. Thank you for your questions. Those are all really good questions, and we really appreciate it. Okay, so before let's move with the next section, which is we are looking at the learning activities. So this is actually one of our favorite topics at Open Learning when we talk about designing online learning activities, because learning activities is actually the heart of a course, of any course, right? Because if it's a good course and you have a lot of materials that you have already prepared for your students, you also like to see how they interact with the materials that you have prepared. So and you would like to know whether, because you cannot see their face expressions, right? So you need to know whether they have understood the materials or whether they get to achieve the outcome that you have set when you design those course materials. Because your course materials could be a video, could be a PowerPoint slide, anything, right? But what do they do with those materials? What do you want them to do with those materials? Do you want them to reflect? Do you want them to discuss? Right? Do you want them to share ideas, expand those ideas? Do you want them to critique? So those are the activities that you can design for your students. Okay, we actually have an activity design challenge prepared, but you need to be on the platform in order to do this. Okay, so I'm going to just skip this for now, but if you are in the platform, feel free to participate in this activity. It's actually a very interesting one. Okay, and also this is if you like to get the certificate, this is one of the activities that you need to participate in. Okay, all right, and also we have other materials to help you with ideas on designing great activities, materials, and also videos. Okay, so if you're on the platform, you can view this materials. Usually at Open Learning, when we doing a workshop on designing great activities, it takes us at least 1 hour for us to go through all the concepts related to designing great activities. Okay, so that's why in this section we shared some materials for you to go through. Okay, and also I'm just going to quickly go through some examples of online activities that we have seen in the platform. Okay, so you can also adopt some of these ideas for your own course. All right, so the first one is this is a course on financial literacy. So students get to practice their budgeting. Okay, so and then decide if they are financially healthy or not. Okay, so there are content that was provided earlier before this activity. So based on the content, this activity was presented so that students can decide if they are financially healthy. All right, and then move further with the next question, which is if they decided that they are financially healthy or unhealthy, what do they need to do next? Okay, so getting the students to think of, getting the students to participate and apply in their own context, and also to think of what's next. So this motivates them. If, for example, they are financially unhealthy, this motivates them to go through and complete the course to find out what do I need to do. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next example, which is a web quest. It's a simple activity. This is on cloud computing, where the students are asked to find out what are the job positions available if you complete this cloud computing course. So just from doing a web quest, students will be able to see these are all the positions available, and if the position is if this skill is in demand, if this skill is, if these positions are the positions that I would like to carry. So these are the kind of activities that you can get the students to do, so that they will be able to decide and also motivate them further to complete the course. All right. And this is a course on a beginner's guide to coffee. Okay. All right. This is a course on a beginner's guide to coffee. So in this activity, the participant is asked to go to a coffee shop, have a small chat with the coffee crew that serves their favorite coffee, take a selfie, and then if the coffee crew allow you to take a selfie with him or her, and then ask more about the coffee machine and any other equipment used to make your coffee, and then come back to the course, describe their experience meeting the coffee maker, share at least 2 new things that they have learned from the coffee crew, and then post their reflection in their social media account. All right, so that so in this activity, even though this is an online course, but the activity allows participants to. It doesn't mean that if it's an online course, then they will only be able to do activities online on their computer. They can take what they have learned into their own environment and start applying, asking questions, interviewing, so that they can come back and share. So the idea here is you might have an online course, but your activities doesn't have to be in front of the doesn't have to be where the students have to be in front of the computer only. Okay. All right. Then ecotourism, share their favorite travel destination. Okay, so I think this is one of the ice-breaking activity for the students who are going through this ecotourism course. Okay, and then this is a course on genes. Okay, and the students get to think of they are doing this activity in their own context. Okay, so they get to apply what they are learning in their own context. Okay, what are similarities? Do you share other similarities and share your picture and what you think? Okay, and you always see there's a section where they get to respond to as many sharings as they can. This just this sentence itself shows your students that you allow them to give feedback to other students. Okay, so this can also this is also one of your effort to encourage them to participate in the online environment. Okay, so I know there's a question from Norida, but I'll answer that once I have completed reviewing the last 2 activities. Yeah, thank you, Norida. I will answer your question in a while. Okay. This is an activity in our instructional design course. Imagine you're hosting a dinner party and some of your guests will know each other, but many people won't. So how would you plan, prepare, and host a dinner party? So this is similar to what I have also mentioned earlier this morning, where if you are the host, what would you do? What's the effort that you would take to plan, to prepare, and to host a dinner party or an event, right? So so this is one of the activities that that was set up in the instructional design course as well. Right? Water safety. Okay, so this is a course on water safety where students have learned several signs, okay, and then they are asked to proceed with this activity where they get to share any image of a safety sign. Again, this is a activity where they can they don't have to be in front of the computer to participate, but if they are not allowed to go out, right? So they can also share any image of a safety sign that they can find online. All right. So if they're allowed to go out, if they have seen any other safety sign, that's if they have a pool nearby and there's a safety sign, they can take a picture. But if they don't, then they can still find safety signs online and share it. So giving them this option is also this kind of options is also good for your online activities. Okay, and then comment on one of your friends' posts. You must classify the type of sign and guess the meaning of the sign. So this activity allows the participants to share and then give a feedback to one of their friends. Okay, so so at this phase, in the construction phase, when you design the learning activities, allow them to, you are still guiding them, but you have to tell them to participate or tell them to give feedback to other students. They might not be doing it on their own yet. Okay, so this is at the construction phase where you are giving them the opportunity, but you will still need to tell them what to do. Okay, so remember your role is still big here. All right. Okay, so answering Norida's question, when we design our course, can we use picture of the materials that we found from the internet, for example, cartoon? Right, so this is a good question. When we design our courses on the platform, we make sure that our images are only from the Creative Commons images where you don't need permission to use those images. So unless you have permission, then it's not, usually it's not allowed for you to use materials that you, especially images that you found on the internet. Okay, so but there's a lot of options of Creative Commons images that you can use. Okay, so go for the Creative Commons images. But if it's a video that's already publicly shared on YouTube, for example, okay, if it's on Open Learning, you can embed the video, not download the video and put it on your class, but you can embed so that students know this video actually comes from YouTube. Okay. For answering the questions on weeks 3 to 4, how much time would you allocate for synchronous in relation to asynchronous? I actually don't have the answer for this. So I'm not sure if in your faculty, do you have any specific SOPs for this? But I don't have experience on this. Where is there a rule of thumb for this time allocation? I'm not sure. When I used to teach, it was not during pandemic, of course. So we have our normal once a week class, 3 hours a class, and then we support the face-to-face class with online activities like this. And we still encourage students to participate in the online environment. So it extends their face-to-face class to the online environment. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for this. Whether there's a rule of thumb for this time allocation. Okay. Right, and activity. Okay, right. So if we move forward with the workshop, there's an activity design checklist that we have prepared. So you can use this checklist to check your online activities if you feel for you to go through this checklist when you are designing, or you have an activity that you have already designed. So you can go through this checklist and to see whether will this activity engage and excite my students? Is there a better way to get them to engage? And finally, but most importantly, would I have fun doing this course if I was a student? So if your answer is no, chances are your students might not be having fun either. So what can you do to engage them further, right? At Open Learning, we have this saying where when we want to design activities, we'll ask a question to ourselves: if there's no marks for this activity, will students still do it? So that's the level that we'd like to achieve with the online activities. Okay, so I have an activity for you now. Okay, go through your online course or the materials that you have prepared for your online course, and select one of the activities from your course. And it could be the one activity that you like the most. Okay, and you can share what is the activity in the Zoom group chat. Okay, and also if you have conducted this activity with your students in the previous semester, share how was the experience. Were they excited, motivated, and if they found it beneficial? So this is only applicable if you have conducted an online class before. But if you have not, then this is your first time. For example, this is your first time preparing your online course, and you have activities or assignments that you have prepared for students to do in the online environment. Can you share one activity from the course that you like the most? You can share it in this course, the online course, or you can share it in the Zoom group chat. Okay, I'll give 5 minutes for everyone to start sharing. Thank you, Shandu. You just shared yours. Okay, I'm going to refresh the page then. Okay, so thank you, Norida, for your question. I understand that this is more of a technical question if you want to check progress of students. Can someone from the team help help Norida? Atika or Chandru?
AM muted now. I for this one, for the group page, there isn't a way to actually check your progress. I think the easiest way for us to check the progress is through activities, right? When the students participate in the activities, that's the easiest way to check their progress. Because in the group page, you cannot really check this student's progress, and if you set it as a group activity, it counts as a whole group work, not as an individual work. So for me, the best way if I want to track my students for a group, I would always want them. I would always want them to share, all of them to share each of their own ideas, their own feedbacks. That's how I track my students' progress. What about you, Chandru?
Actually, when you say in a course that have more than two groups, actually I don't really understand this part. Is it like the course you have? Is it an activity? Are you talking about the group activity? Creating a group activity where the activity where the student have to submit in a group. So if that's the case, there's a few settings that you need to do before to make that thing as a group activity. So the system can track that as a group submission. So that setting is the one that you can do in the post widgets. Okay, in the widgets, when you share every time when the student submit, there's a post widget, right? You put the student submission in the post widget. So the post widget, there's a tick box there. Submit this as a group activity. You need to tick that. And then after you tick that, and then you need to create a group, allocate the group in the group sections, where the student create a group, and then they join the group. And then after that, when they submit something in that activity, they share that as a group submissions. And then when the system detects everyone in that group, when one person submits, everyone will get the progress in that particular group. That's how the system tracks. So there's a few settings that you need to do beforehand to make the thing as a group activity. I know it's not easy. What I can do is I can find help page. Is there any help page that help you to do that, and then share with you, Narita? But that's basically a technical part. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Chandru. There is a slightly specific technical work, but do you mean like do you want to track the students individually in a group, or how exactly? But if it's like individual, you can follow how both of us do it. You still can do it as a group work, but like how I said it is that you need to see the students' work itself to see if they've done the work or anything.
Okay, I share some help page here how to set up the group submissions. Please go to this page and see how this can help you. And also, that's why if you want to make this thing a group submissions, then there's a few things that you need to do before to make that as a group submissions. Okay. And if you want to learn more general about the groups, and I suggest you to go through this entire help page. Okay. The category is how to set up the group submission, and then after that, how to check their progress. Okay. Okay. I hope this one help. Okay.
Yeah. Hope it answered your questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Atika and Chandru. I know I can always count on you guys, especially when it comes to technical part of questions, kind of questions. Okay. Thank you, Norida, for the question as well. All right. Okay, so before we move forward to the next page, I'd like to share something that Chandru have shared, an example of how this activity is, how he did this activity, the activity design challenge. Okay, so his topic, his activity, his hobby is making a kite. Okay, and the his activity support material that he get from the random selector is a mobile phone. So the random selector gives a random when you click on it, it randomly generates a support material that we have set in. Okay, so the support material that he got was a mobile phone, and so he needed to think of how do I teach people to make a kite and use this as a support material. So the activity that he did was learners have to create their kite in a group, test it, and capture a picture or a video using their mobile phone, and other learners can comment and give feedback. Okay, and okay, so so Noriza gave us a good question, which is students need to meet up face to face to accomplish the task, but we are talking about conducting class online. So you can adopt the same idea, but if they want to create their kite, they don't have to create it in a group. They can do it individually, test it, and capture a video or a picture or video using their mobile phone. Okay, so it doesn't have to be a group work. All right.
Yes. It can. It no need to be. Just some suggestion, and as well for Noriza. Yes, and you can see that actually a blended course. People, you can see LMS in so many ways, not necessarily fully online environment. Also, you also can create activity where the student create something, and then they create that in your own place, like do something, take the picture and share in the platform. So the platform is more like for them to share the idea feedback. But when you do something, let's say this kind of activity where you need to produce something, like experimenting things, so you can still do it in your own setting and then share it and then in the platform, so where other learners can see and give some feedback, what they think, do they need improvements, and how they do it, how you can do it different way, how they done it, and then how they learn, when they do, what are the challenges they face, so they can share all these things. So my course is basically more like that. So I think it can. I know I put it that in group, but it also like Mashida say, suppose he also can do it. Okay. All right. Sorry.
It's okay, Chandru. Don't worry. Thank you, Chandru, for sharing. Okay. All right. Chandru has also shared one activity from a course, and the reason why he loved this activity is a course on the Starving Girl and Vulture. It's a course on ethical journalism, and the activity is the Starving Girl and Vulture activity. Would you like to explain more about this activity, Chandru?
Yes. Actually, this course is about ethical journalism and teaching about what the ethical journalist should, what is the ethic that a good journalist should follow. But when it comes to the war, or when it comes to the real things, sometimes even journalists cannot. Is it a good journalist should interfere when they see something unjust thing being done in front of them? Okay, or they just need to do their job as a journalist. So this course, he used a real case study, something real about the Starving Girl and Vulture. So when I do this activity, I start to conflict a lot. If I'm a journalist, if I'm also a human being, a normal human being, so I start to share that I start to have a lot of things thoughts. So there's no wrong or right answer. It's just like we share our thoughts, and from there the discussion started happen between me and other learners, and then we start to, from the discussion we start to have a common ground. So I really love this activity where it make me think from the real discussions, from the real case, and so that's the thing that I want to share. Yeah. So I actually, when I just it made me really want to be participant in the activity. So the way it's written, the way they use the real case, and then also in the same time, what is the outcome from this activity is I able to understand, I able to get the points. So yeah.
Thank you, Chandru. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a really good activity as well if you want to think about ethical journalism. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll move to the next section of our workshop, which is providing instructional feedback. So what is instructional feedback? So feedback in general is an essential part of learning. All of us are aware of that, whether it's in a face-to-face environment, online environment, and even for us in the working environment, we need feedback for us to know where can we improve and what are the things that we can do to improve our performance. Okay, so instructional feedback is when you include positive and reflective feedback. So if you've heard of a feedback sandwich, right? You start with a positive feedback, and then start with a positive feedback, and then next is you highlight the things that your learner can improve on, and then the opportunities that they'll be given to improve on it, and then you close it with letting them know that don't worry, they're doing a good work, and also positive reinforcement to just to continue doing a good job. Okay, so so it's not just reassuring, but it also lets them know the areas that they need to improve on and how they can improve on it. Okay, and it's of course all of us know why feedback is important, even in a face-to-face environment, but it's even more important in an online environment because of the lack of face-to-face interaction that you have. So when you provide feedback, it reassures the student that he or she is on the right track. Okay, and then or if he or she is not on the right track, how can he or she go back to be pulled back into the right track? Okay, so one way that you can provide this feedback is you can take a look at the student's submitted work or an assignment that the student submitted, and then compare it with the contract, the learning contract that the students have provided earlier at the beginning of the course. So, or you can also compare it with the criteria that you have provided at the beginning of the course, criteria on what will they be graded on. So you can compare the submitted work with the agreed criteria or the learning contract that the student has agreed to work hard or to do certain things to achieve a particular outcome, so that from there they can see what's the gap, what is it that they are still not doing. Okay, and then we can also provide an opportunity for students to voice out their feedback. Maybe they need more guidance from you, maybe they need more materials, so get them to voice out their feedback as well, and find a way to close that gap with what they need to know. Okay, and of course we talk about providing instructional feedback, where you must give each student guidance on how to improve and give them the opportunity to work on the improvement. Can they work on it again? All right, so work on the submission again. So, or can they work on something else? So it's best to let them know what's the opportunity that they have, to work on the improvement. Okay. And also we have examples of activities that allow students to reflect, and also that encourages students to give feedback. And also when they reflect, you can also give your feedback on whether you think that they are on the right track. Okay. So reflection activity could be one of the activities that you can do to find out if they are on the right track. All right. And then you can see examples of instructor or other students providing instructional feedback. So you can see each cikgu starts with a positive note, another good work, and then however some of the words are missing, and then show the student what is the gap, and close it with a reassuring sentence as well. As you can see, you did great, excellent. Okay, so this reassures the student and let them know what is it that they need to improve on. Okay, and a tip from us as well is acknowledge the students who are active in the community, because this can act as a motivation for other students as well. So on Open Learning, we have what we call badges, okay, that you as an instructor can set up those badges, and you can award those badges to the students who are more active, and then it works as a motivation. Besides that, we also have other gamification features like kudos points and so on. So depending on the tools or the learning environment that you use, find out if there are this kind of features that will enable you to use to motivate your students further, to make them more active in the community. Okay. Right. Thanks. Chandru have shared on how to create badges. That will be specifically for those who are using Open Learning. Okay. Thank you, Chandru and Atika. All right. And then keeping in touch with your learners. So this is the next strategy. In this third or fourth week, you might want to find out how are your students doing generally in the online course. Okay. So get them to give the feedback on what do you want, what do the students want you to continue doing. Okay, if they feel like you are doing a good job giving them feedback, do they want you to continue doing that? They can let you know. Okay, but if they feel like you're giving too much feedback too often, or asking them to do too much, they would like you to stop doing that, or they would like to suggest something that you should be doing. Okay, so we can be surprised of the kind of feedback if we allow our students have their own, will be able to give their own good views or good suggestions as well. Okay, and this activity will also get the students to further develop critical thinking. They get to think and reflect on what they have been doing, and then write their replies. Okay, and at the same time, you will also be able to quickly identify challenges that students are facing in participating in the class. Okay, and since you are still in the third or fourth week, there's still time for you to work on meeting those challenges or mitigating those challenges. Okay, and one of the ways that you can do it is to in the middle of the course duration, that means about now in the third or fourth week, ask them how is your progress, like just a general question, and then and to let them know that you would like to get their feedback as well, so they know that they also have some say in the way the class is running. Okay, so this is one of the ways also for you to get them to be motivated to participate and to get their buy-in, right? Okay, so can I get you to do another activity, a quick one, okay, to draft your keep in touch message. Okay. And let us know in the Zoom group chat of what do you think of this strategy. Do you think this is a strategy that we like to use? Do you think this is a good strategy? And what are your concerns? Like, if you want to do this, if I want to do this, I'm scared. My students will think of that I allow them to do anything. So if you have any concerns, just let us know as well. You can also draft your keep in touch message based on the examples that we have. Okay, so feel free to use the examples that we are providing as well. Thank you for sharing, Chandru. So this is for your Industry 4.0 course, yeah?
Yeah, something like that.
Also, if you have any other questions besides this keeping in touch, let us know in the Zoom group chat as well. So maybe I'll just wait 1 more minute for in case anyone would like to share their keeping in touch message. If not, then I will move to the next section. Okay, so I'm going to, there's no other questions, so I'm going to go to the next page, which is on facilitating your learners. So this is some tips that we have on facilitating your students. Okay, what do you do as a facilitator? So because we are so used to lecturing, and it's not wrong because I understand that as an academic, you are also a researcher of your own field or of your own topic. So that's why we are so used to lecturing, right? But in an online environment where you want to give space for your students to grow, one of the roles that you can take is facilitating, which is less formal and provide frequent opportunities for the students to give you feedback. Okay, so you can see some differences between a teacher and a facilitator. So instead of facilitating the information or giving the information, you guide the discussion. Okay, so letting the students discuss, but you are there as a guide, and also ask questions instead of providing the answer. Okay, so divert if you feel like they have answered and their answer is not accurate. So ask questions instead of telling them that's not right or the right answer is, and providing them the right answer. Okay, and then so asking questions provide opportunities for two-way communication as well, and also coordinate learning activities. So we talked about learning activities earlier, how you can design good learning activities, and I'll show some examples as well. So you can coordinate learning activities. That means instead of giving them one assignment, you can take them through step by step by making them do making them develop one skill first before moving to the next skill. Okay, in order for them to move to the next skill, you make them do something first. Okay, so you make sure that they are already they have developed the right skill or the skill required to move to the next session. So you coordinate that learning activities, and then instead of you telling them this is the objective that you have to achieve, you also take a look at for example, based on their learning contract, you know that in general, students would like to achieve A, B, C instead. And then you know that B and C is already part of your objective. So you melt the group's goal and design your activities, and also design your activities based on what the students would like to achieve as well. Consider that. Consider what they want to do as well, okay, and how they want to do it. All right. And also this is something that I think most of us are very familiar with already. Instead of teacher centered, it becomes a student centered environment. All right. Where students are urged to be actively involved in their own process of learning. Okay. So one of the ways that you can facilitate is by asking good questions. All right. And so how do we do that? As a facilitator, instead of we talking at our students, we talk to them, right? And then highlight the positive in their discussion or in anything that they submit, highlight the positive first. I mean, always find one thing that is that you can praise them about. Okay, find something that you can tell them that this is the good part of your submission. But and to improve it, this is what you can do. Okay, so not only accept but value every single thing that is offered by your students. Okay, and instead of rejecting, redirect them, re-question them, or shift their target. Okay. So that especially in an online environment where everyone can see the discussion, they wouldn't be seen as doing something wrong or pointless or irrelevant. Okay. Find something in every comment to like. Okay. If someone has made a comment that is irrelevant, it's part of your job to steer them back into the right direction in a positive way. Okay. And one of the ways we can do that is to use questions. Okay, so based on the idea of Socratic teaching, this is one of the Socratic questioning methods that you can use, which is Socratic questioning, so that you can keep the discussion focused. You can read more about Socratic teaching here if you are in the online course. You can access this material, and so as a Socratic questioning, you should keep the discussion focused, intellectually responsible, stimulate the discussion with probing questions, and summarize what has and has not been dealt with, and draw as many students as possible into the discussion. Okay. This is the comic that we have. Right. And then example of thread started by a learner where the instructor played the role of a facilitator. Sorry, if this is too small, let me see if you can see this better. Okay, so Roberta is the facilitator in this course, and Lawrence is the student. Lawrence has started a conversation where Lawrence shared a link to an excellent article. All right, and Roberta, who is the facilitator, thanked Lawrence and for a well-balanced, well-written article and advantages of great article. So reiterate what the article is about, and then thank and acknowledge the student. All right. And this is, if you can watch the video, if you have access to the course, feel free to watch the video after this session, where where Prof. Richard from UNSW explains the role of a community in an online course who contributes to the facilitation of the course. That means it's the community that contributes to the facilitation, not just the teacher. So this is based on his own experience, where he mentioned that he was not available because due to health reasons, but the community was already built and the community was very comfortable in giving each other feedback. So the community started facilitating one another. Okay. And the lecturer, or he was only available, he only made himself available when necessary. Okay. And so this it's a good sharing by Prof. Richard. So if you have access, if you are accessing the course, you can watch the video after the session. Okay. So this is an optional activity. We won't be doing this now, but if you are in the course, you can search online, find anything that you can in relation to questions, questioning, asking and responding to questions, and you can share it in the info section via the info tab. If you can see on the left hand side, there's the info tab, and you can always share anything about that's related to what we are talking about today in the info section. Okay. Right. If there's no other questions on construction, I'll move ahead to the next phase, which is the collaboration phase. Okay, if there are any questions, just type your questions in the Zoom group chat. All right. Okay, in the third phase, which is the collaboration phase, you as an instructor will provide activities that require small groups to collaborate, solve problems, and reflect on experiences. Okay, so maybe you don't have a group work activity in your course, but students can still collaborate together to work on their individual assignments, but let them or lead them or guide them towards this group discussions. So on Open Learning, we have a section called Group. Okay, so if you click on Group, you can see that students can just start creating their own group. Can just start creating their own groups, put in the topic of the group, and just start initiating a group activity on their own. Okay, but if they are not used to it, you might want to provide them that opportunity to do it. That means tell them, provide them the space, and then tell them that inform them that they can discuss with their friends, inform them that they can create their own group to discuss. Okay, so what you want to see here is not the final the final answer or the final product, but you would like to also see the process that they go through in order to come up with the final product. So if they are working together in a group, this is available on Open Learning, but you can use any other tools. For example, like if this kind of feature is not available in your LMS, you can also use a simple tool like Google Docs, for example. Okay, so for example, a student create a group to talk about facilitation. Okay, so I have created this group to talk about facilitation. So what I need to do is, if I want to start the discussion on facilitation, all I need to do is just go to the group dashboard and start creating a page and start asking questions and get other students to join my group. So it becomes, if I'm a student and I start this group and I start the discussion, it becomes a student-led discussion. Okay, so at this stage, you are teaching them how to work together. Okay, so previously you are teaching them on how to participate in online activities. It could be individual, but at this phase, you are teaching them how to work together. All right. So this is during the 5 to 7 weeks, and your role is a facilitator, and the learner's role is a collaborator. Okay, so one of the ways that this can be done is to design assignment that capitalizes on collaboration. Okay, so collaboration, like for example, problem-based learning kind of assignments will allow the learners to collaborate, solve problems, and reflect on their experiences. Okay, and usually collaborative type of assignments can meet many of the theoretical and practical goals of your course, because it draws upon the strength of all the group members. Someone might be good in writing a report, someone might be good in organizing. So they work together to complete the assigned task, and also they get to practice working together in a team. And this time around, they get to practice how to work together in a team online, which is, it might be useful in their future when they start to apply for jobs. Okay, so they can reflect on this experience. All right, as more and more companies are moving online now, as we know, right? And then when they work collaboratively, they can take advantage of group members for built-in peer reviews as they complete the project. Okay, and right, and the key to design tasks that are collaborative is making sure that make use of the many asynchronous collaborative tools inside an online learning platform, like the group pages that I showed you just now, or you can also use external tools like Google Docs. Okay, so you can use the comment section, like on Open Learning we have a comment section here, so you can use a similar feature in your own system. So this a comment section like that can be used to defend, argue, debate, persuade on a certain issue. But a group pages where they can, like a Google Doc, a blank page where the students can decide what they want to share and who is sharing, and so that you can see the progress of how they come up with the end product or the end answer or the submission. Okay, so we have also identified issues to be considered when designing collaborative assignments. Okay, so you can go through some of these points on your own when you have access to the course. Okay, and some of the issues like how will the learners be evaluated? So make sure you include this. Make sure you consider all of this when you are designing your collaborative assignments. Okay, and then how will they get their feedback? Okay, so if you'd like, you can also access this list of issues to be considered in the link here, via this link. All right, and then okay, so I'm going to go through some examples of a collaborative assignment. Okay, in this collaborative project, which is an ebook project. So in this project, I was actually a student in this assignment. Okay, so what we were required to do is we were required to produce an ebook by the end of the semester. But what is in that ebook is different methods of teaching and learning with technology. So how we come up with those methods is based on the challenges that we also face as a facilitator or as a tutor, as a teacher, in engaging students when we want to use technology to incorporate technology in our teaching. So first, what we do individually was to think of an issue that we face as a teacher when we want to incorporate technology in our teaching. And then as a group, we discuss everyone's issue, and then we select one issue, and then we start to think about what are the methods that can be used to mitigate this issue, to achieve the outcomes that the teacher wants to get by using the type of the tool or technology that the teacher wants to use. So from there, we come up with the methods and the solutions for that issue. So there were 4 or 5 groups in that class. So we were able to come up with 5 methods, and we were able to come up with to help teachers who are facing these 5 challenges, and we provide some solutions to these teachers. Okay, so this is where we work collaboratively to produce a product that is also helpful to others. Okay, so this is one example of a collaborative project. Okay, this is another one. This is based on an interior design course. All right. So this course is one of the activity is to plan an office space. All right. So the client has required the ID to design office space, which will encourage creative thinking and develop an innovative working environment. So the client has identified the criteria for this office space. Okay, so the layout of the space is as provided. So the client provides the layout. So the students, the ID students working together in a team, come up with a floor plan considering the requirements by the client, and the lecturer who is heading this ID course would like to see how they brainstorm and how they come up with their design, not just the end product, which is the design, but she wants to see how they come up. That means what are the resources that they refer to, what are the drawings that they have from the initial plan. So so they were asked to set up a Wikispace account and use the platform to progressively work on their ideas by sharing links, resources, videos, pictures, and that will assist in completing this assignment. So as a teacher, they will also be able to see who has contributed what in that particular group. Okay. All right. Is there any questions about collaborative assignments? If there's no question, I would like to go to the next one. But unfortunately, this is an activity where you can only do it if you are in this course. Okay, so you can also use this as an example. All right. So in this example, what I would like you to do is you can see that in the group section, there are 4 groups that's already created based on each of these topics. So you can choose based on the most common challenge that you think you face, choose one of this topic that you would like to be part of, that you would like to contribute more, that you have a question and you would like to get other people to contribute and help you with the questions that you have. Okay, so let's say if you like to dive deeper into creative course design ideas. Okay, so you can join the creativity group, and if there are other challenges that you are facing and it's not part of this 4, you can also go ahead and create your own group. Okay, and start talking and start posting questions. Okay, and then once you are in the group, create a page and a post and start the discussion based on the topic that you choose. Okay, so make sure you come up with big questions, and let's say you've joined the creativity group, so you can ask, let's say you have an idea where you like to use storytelling in designing your course, but you like to get more guidance, so you can also get some ideas from the rest of the group members. Okay, so this is also an activity that you can do to make the students work together. All right. Okay. Is there any questions about collaboration? If not, then I will go to.
Actually, I share something about the collaboration page. My questions. So if anyone ever answer, please share.
Okay. Do you want me to show the page, Chandru?
Yeah, sure. Go to groups and.
Oh, in the group.
Yeah. So in the group, so they have 4 groups where you can create join based on your group, based on your problem. But mine's more technical, so I created a new group called technical. So so if you're having that kind of problem, facing that kind of problem, if you found any solution, feel free to share. So that's actually the basic of idea we're doing here, because you all are subject matter expert in this field. You all are specialists. Most of the people that in this workshop, we have like more than a lot of people here. We don't know if a friend found solution or not. This is where you can come together, share your solution, and maybe one of your friends that already have a solution can share how they solve the problem. So that's how we learn better, because not every problem that we can answer today. But this is where this workshop course is created. So you can come together anytime to this workshop course, share your problem or what are the things that you're facing, and then start the discussion from there, because the community is already here. Why we go waste it? So if you have something like we want to share, I always facing this problem, but if you found anything that you think got any viable solution, feel free to share. And if you're facing anything also, please join the group, and then maybe we can work together. Maybe all can work together and find the solutions. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chandru.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go to the next phase. If there's no other questions about collaboration. Okay, next phase is the initiation phase, which at the beginning of this workshop, we have already identified that this is the hardest phase to reach, right? But if you are here, if you feel like in your course, once you start facilitating your online course and you have reached this initiation phase, we would really like to congratulate you in advance, because this is a really difficult phase to reach. And it's not a phase where you can reach immediately, because you have to take your students on a step-by-step approach in order for them to be a contributor in an online community. Okay, and also in this initiation phase, what is common is when you can see activities are student design or student led. Okay, for example, like Chandru just now, he has started a discussion post on his own. Okay, Chandru as a student in this course have started a discussion and is leading that discussion. Okay, and this is by providing when the students start doing this, it provides them a sense of empowerment. Okay, and also they become activity leaders. You can provide them the opportunity to facilitate or to lead discussions. Okay, and always encourage to keep the activity simple, and also from both pedagogical and technological perspectives. Okay. And some of the examples would be they lead group presentations, they start peer reviewing each other's projects, and they start facilitate discussions. Okay, this is what we hope to achieve for in the rest of the semesters from week 7 to 14. Okay. So your role now would be a community member. So you are not the only one where they go to provide you with information. By this time, they should be able to go to anyone to ask questions, and then you will be there to make sure that they are on the right track. Okay, and you can also start challenging them now with questions as well. All right. Okay. So I'm going to skip this one and go to the next one, which is I'm going to show you the student-led discussions and some examples that we have. Okay. Okay. So what are student-led discussions? So student-led discussions is when you start letting go and start sharing the facilitation role with your students. So giving them the opportunity to explore and to promote their peers' active participation and meaningful dialogue as well. Okay, and student-led discussion can help generate innovative ideas and motivate them to participate actively in the discussion and provide an atmosphere where they feel like they are more involved and they can become more committed and have a sense of a learning community, right? So just like, for example, if you've joined any Facebook group, right? And you can see that people are sharing and then you are responding and everyone is allowed to share. There's no right or wrong. So as long as it is within the topic of that Facebook group, or now we even have WhatsApp group, right? So this is the approach or the same context that we have in the online classes as well, where you want the participants or your students to also start sharing meaningful observations and start sharing their reflections and start sharing anything that they found online, like resources that they found, and they feel like it helps them. So they would like to share with other students. So the information now is not just coming from you. The course materials can also come from the students. Okay. And adult strategies, they're able to promote meaningful dialogue and produce high-level participation. Below are 3 strategies. You can apply all 3 or one of it. If you are trying, you can probably just choose one and try one first. Okay. So a highly structured facilitation is when you use to structure the discussion and maintain strong explicit connection to the topic under discussion. Okay, so this is where you organize the discussion around the question of what your students already wanted to know and learn in a predefined sequence before and after going through learning materials for a week. So let's say you have provided some learning materials and you come up with a question based on the learning materials. So it's a pretty straightforward and high structured facilitation strategy because now that your students have already gone through that learning materials, they might be able to facilitate that discussion as well. Okay. Or it could be an inspirational facilitation strategy where it's centered around personal stories and context of their own practice rather than a particular learning material. Okay, so you can give them scenarios or get them to produce the scenarios and discuss ways to achieve the goals that they have. So it becomes more inspirational for them. Okay. And also the third one is practice-oriented facilitation. So you can ask the students to reflect on real-life situations and constantly linking that back to the reading materials that you have provided. Okay, so let's say you have provided some reading materials and get them to synthesize the ideas around the examples, ask them to give examples, ask them to reflect what if this happens to them, or and ask them to make connection with what you have already provided, or make connection with the real world environment. Okay, so these are things that you can get them to do, because they will be able to do it because you have provided the learning materials, and they can imagine stuff, and they can share based on their own experience. So these are all within the confine of what the students will still be able to do and will be able to contribute, because it's not coming from a new knowledge that you haven't provided to them yet. Okay, so these are some of the ways that we can approach this learner-led discussion. Okay, and a tip from us is that consistently read students' comments and participate as participants, and also sharing your own professional stories, provide guidance, and offer resources. Okay, and so your role now is you are like the lurker now. You look at the discussions, you make sure everyone is keeping a respectful tone. You only come in when you are needed. All right. Okay. And then only when you want to participate as a participant. Okay. So, one thing to note is to make sure that the selection of topics for discussion is within the confine, is within the topic of your course, and also a topic that the students will be able to contribute. And also, if possible, if it's if it's an inspirational or practice oriented, it is something that they can share based on their own life events. Okay. All right. So you can see some examples here. Lanhan is the facilitator in this course. It's a paint with Lan. The course is called Paint with Lanhan. So Beatrice is a student. So she shared that I love drawing, but I had never tried to paint. It's a wonderful art community. I feel so happy that I found this course. And then Lanhan is providing guidance here. We start with one color, and white, which is just like drawing with paint. And so he's giving his point of view as a professional, and not telling her what to do. Okay, and other students are also joining in as well. Okay, so I hope you find these 3 strategies useful for you to start giving your students, letting your students to lead some of the discussions in your course. All right. Okay. The next strategy that we have is peer review. What it is the students get to critique and provide feedback to each other on their work, and it can empower the students to take responsibility, enable them to assess and give others constructive feedback. So the ability to assess and give feedback is a skill, right? And then that they can develop, and then they can learn through exchange of ideas and motivate them to engage with the course material more deeply. Okay, and then how to do it is you can identify assignments or activities for which students might benefit from peer feedback. This is usually like a group assignments or group presentation, where you get the rest of the community to give feedback. Okay, and you can consider breaking larger assignments into smaller pieces, and so that the students can peer assess, and you can provide the rubric for assessment as well. And then introduce the rubrics through learning exercises. So you're not just giving them the rubric, but they will be able to apply the rubric effectively, because they know what is it that the rubric wants. Okay, what is it that is needed. Okay, and then so yours will be in class, or it will be an in-class assignment lah. Okay, help students learn to carry out peer assessment by modeling appropriate constructive criticism. So this is where you come in as a facilitator throughout, since the first week itself. You have been modeling the appropriate feedback giver, the appropriate role yourself as a feedback giver. You give positive feedback, you give constructive feedback. So these are the things that you can do to model, so that students will know, will learn the skills of giving feedback as well by looking at you as the example, as the model. Okay. All right, and then so you can incorporate small feedback groups where written comments on assignments can be explained and discussed with the receiver. So this generates more discussion, right? And below we have a simple criteria for peer evaluating group assignments. So that means this is students evaluating their own group members and the criteria for peer evaluation. All right. Okay. All right. So we are done with all 4 phases already. Okay, we have completed all 4 phases. If you have any questions, please ask them in the group chat. All right. But if you don't, I would like to just get your feedback on, or get your reflection on what you find interesting in this session. What did you find challenging in this session? What would you like to learn more about? And if this session has changed your understanding of your role. Okay, so I'm going to post these questions in the chat here, so that you can view that, and I hope to get some feedback from you, or reflection from you based on this session that we have conducted in the past almost 3 hours. Okay. So in the meantime, we'd like to let you know that if you are in this course, it's free to join, and you will have lifetime access to the course because you are only joining as a student in this course, right? So you may come back to this course anytime in the future, and you can share your experience if you have applied any of the strategies in this session. Okay. So feel free to come back to this course, use the materials, download the templates, and we hope that the course and the session today has been useful for you. Do provide me with your reflection of the course in the Zoom group chat or in the workshop course. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a few minutes to give me your feedback on your reflection of the session this morning. Any feedback from any of the participants, or if you have any questions, also share it in the group chat. Okay. Besides that, if you can provide some, this is our post-workshop survey. if you can fill up the survey for us to find out where we can improve in the future. That would be useful for us to find out if you have any if you like to give us any feedback anonymously, you can also post the workshop survey. Click on the Google Doc form and give us some feedback anonymously so that we know that we can improve further. Okay. And there's a question from one of the participants. What are the must-do activities in this course to achieve 100%? Okay. So to do that, to find out where what are the activities that you need to complete, all you need to do is click on the progress bar. Okay, you can see the top right hand corner, where on mine you can see there's 87%. So if I click on the progress bar, I can see the rest of the pages that I have not completed yet. So I can see an overview of my progress. Okay, I have completed 20 out of the 23 pages. Okay, if I scroll down further, I can see that I have completed, I can see a tick on the pages that I have completed everything. So here I have not completed one of the activities. Sorry, 2 of the activities. All right. Okay, and then here I still have 2 activities and 1 more activity in here. Okay, so if you want, you can also click to view which is the activity that you have not completed. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for those who have participated in our online course, and I can see that some of you have gotten your OL certificate. Congratulations. I hope you find the session useful. And feel free to come back to the course. Yeah, you can call me Mashita. I have not achieved, I've not taken a PhD yet, so you can call me Mashita. Okay, before we leave, would Atika and Chandru like to show your video and say your goodbyes? Maybe I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Thank you, Rosna. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sohaini. Thank you, Bu Huilang. Thank you, Norida. Right. Thank you to Atika and Chandru as well for all of your help.
No problem. Okay.
Yes.
So this course will be available for rest of the lifetime, right?
Yes.
Thank you,
This
Dr.
course is
Hussein.
available.
Yeah. So feel free to go back to this course. Always keep on sharing. The community is already there. So so we may not answer all the questions, or you may answer question, but we don't. Something that we don't notice that our friends have a solution. So this is where you all together here. So go back and use this as your community, where you can keep on sharing and your answers and help each other. Okay. So so just so this course is like a lifetime access, right? Okay.
Yep.
Definitely. You can come by anytime to refresh your mind about this course again. For those who wish to get their OL certificate, you can just finish up the course and then you'll automatically get your certificate.
Yeah, we will be here until 12. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. and we would really appreciate it if you can provide us your feedback, especially in the Google form. This is anonymous, so you can provide us any feedback.
Free to let us know on what you like, what we can improve, or anything, or even anything that you wish for us to do in the next session.
Thank you, Sarima.
Salam, I'm Siti Zakia. I came in
Yeah.
a bit late, but is there a recorded session for this that I can go through?
Yeah, so this Zoom is organized by UUM, UTLC. I can see that it is recorded, but I think you will need to request from UTLC.
It is recorded, Doctor. We'll publish in our UTLC help desk.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other comments or questions, I would like to thank UTLC, Fadlina, Dr. Hasniza, and the team to for organizing this workshop and for allowing us to share our experience. Thank you, UTLC and team.
We have Shabi said he would love to learn how to develop an online course like yours. So we actually have an upcoming course that will be conducted by Chandu next week. This is a free course. Chandu, maybe you want to explain a bit about that course?
Yeah. Okay. We have a free webinar coming on 17th September. This 17th September. So what we can do, we will send the email and the blast out in the WhatsApp and everything. So this webinar is also like a 3-hour short webinar, but more a technical part in how to create a course in Oppo Learning. So I will show how to. Basically, it's a technical part. No pedagogy behind it. So we already have a first webinar on how to create a course plan, course structure. Because before you start creating a course in Oppo Learning, you plan the course first, right, in a piece of paper using outline. So I think I already conducted the workshop last week.
Last week.
2 weeks ago. And then, so this webinar is basically on technical, how to create an online course. So you can join if you're free on the time. I will show you from start how to create, how to migrate your contents, how to create activities, and as well how to make your course online. All right. So that would be great. So I hope to see everyone you there. We are so very fun.
Yeah, I will share information about the workshop with Dr. Hasniza and also Fadlina so that they'll be able to share with the rest of the UUM community as well. Besides that, we also have to help you if you're interested to develop a course like this. We also have what we call a course template, where if you email us at the email that we've just shared, we can provide you with a template. So what you need to do is just edit the template. Okay. I think if there's no other questions, then we can end the session here. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation and for just listening. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you very much, Masita and team.
Thank you.